And AI companies know about this, right? They're very well aware of this trade-off that is kind of naturally coming about. And as a result, they're investing enormous amounts of capital into infrastructure for training and running these models at scale. And there's been a lot of news about this lately, but I'm just kind of curious. This is going to be one of those exercises where you have to raise your hand. How many of you guys think that that the US economy has spent more than $1 billion in the last 8 months on AI infrastructure? Okay, that feels right. That's a good baseline. How many of you guys think it's more than $5 billion? Okay, not quite as many hands. 10? Oh, 50. I see one hand. We've actually spent $100 billion on building new infrastructure in the last 8 months alone. If you add up the numbers since 2023, for data centers that are specifically meant for training and running inference on these large language models, we've spent over $500 billion. But this $100 billion is actually a really startling number because that's more than, so the US is the biggest consumer economy in the world. That's more than we've spent on all shopping combined. All Amazon purchases, all Target purchases, all Walmart, all grocery stores, all malls, all of that combined is less than this number. All of it. So it's a lot of money. They're trying very hard to address this problem. But I want to make the case today that for the vast majority of applications where you want to integrate machine learning, you don't need anywhere near this level of capital expenditure, or even any capital expenditure. So who am I? I'm Elijah. I would consider myself an AI optimist. I don't think that necessarily means that we have to solve everything with an LLM, though. I think that's a pretty universal opinion. Like I said, I'm from Colorado, and I spend a lot of time in the mountains. I find that kind of tromping around in the wilderness is a really great way to clear your head so that you can attack problems with a fresh perspective. I really don't like bullet points on slide decks. I think they're excessive. There's one other slide with bullet points, though. It's very hard. And then I'm also a software engineer under Automatic AI. And under Automatic AI, I work on an open source project. They mentioned it before I came up, called Harper. It's a grammar checker designed from the ground up to respect your privacy. So most of the grammar checkers out there, Grammarly or a language tool, they send everything you write off to some server somewhere doing God knows what with your data. And for a lot of industries, that's a big problem. So like healthcare, that's a no-go. FERPA compliance, also a no-go. Defense, or even just any company that cares about intellectual property theft. Just yesterday, actually, or maybe 2 days ago, I was talking to an Oracle engineer, and he was telling me how the entire company just has a blanket ban on Grammarly. And that's because they're worried about intellectual property theft. So Harper is a grammar checker that kind of fulfills that niche of being entirely private. And we recently completed a project that kind of demonstrates that this idea of getting fast, good, and reliable software, it is possible with machine learning. And so I kind of want to give you an example of that. So Harper is a grammar checker, and so our job is to look at sentences with grammatical errors, locate that error, and then provide a suggestion to fix it. Now, we can't be 100% accurate all the time, but we do our best. Can anyone see the grammatical error in this sentence? Do you want to, what is it?
So bottles should be plural.
Yeah. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because neither implies that there's more than one bottle.
Exactly. Yes.
But there is another solution.
Which is?
Get rid of neither big blue bottle.
Yeah. 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 No, that's actually a really good point. So a lot of grammatical problems can be solved in more than one way. Yeah. And we want to be able to provide all of the options.
If the answer, we just have to say it again or use the mic.
Oh, okay. sorry. And we want to provide all the options because it's very hard for us to know with 100% certainty what the user wants. Another way we could look at this is there are multiple ways of, we want to add an S to the sentence. That's one of our suggestions. But where do we add the S? We could say neither of the Big's blue bottle. That also doesn't make sense, but we need to know which one makes sense. Or the Big Blues bottle, or Big Blue bottles. Yeah, so we want to add it to the end of that nominal phrase. That's what we call them. We call them nominal phrases. We want to identify the nominal phrase, and we want to add our S to the end of that nominal phrase. So the problem that we're tackling right now is we want to be able to identify these nominal phrases in sentences. Sounds simple, and it's easy for a human to do, but we want to train a model to do that automatically. And we want that model to be fast. And in our case, we want that model to be very small because we want to be able to run the model on the user's device. So Harper runs on the user's device no matter what. Even if you're using it in the browser or it's being loaded as part of a web page, it's always running on the user's device, not a server. So we want our model to be very small. We had previously used decision trees for this task, but it didn't get very good results. So this project was kind of born out of a desire to get better accuracy. I just want to do a brief shout out. So for this project, we are using a machine learning toolkit called Burn. It's somewhat similar to PyTorch, if you've heard of it. PyTorch is the framework that companies like OpenAI use at huge scale. And they're building very, very big models with complex hardware requirements. We don't have as complex requirements, so we went for a framework that is intentionally small, simple, and easy for contributors to use. So like I said, Harper is an open source project. We don't want them to have to go through the rigmarole of setting up their hardware to work with our machine learning framework. When we actually did this, when we added Burn to our project and we started using it, our contributors did not notice. Like they just downloaded the code as they did a git pull. They recompiled it, and everything was exactly the way it was before. They didn't have to set up any hardware or anything like that. It also gives the advantage, so Harper is written in Rust. Burn is also written in Rust, so we can use the same language and same kind of build pipeline as we've always been using. It's also entirely portable. If we ever wanted to, we could run Burn without an allocator. So we could run it on a tiny microcontroller that has 256 kilobytes of RAM. That's possible. Okay, sorry. The other question is like, why would we want to build our own? So this is a model that we're building for the purpose of identifying nominal phrases and sentences. We are not the first people to do this. These models exist in the world already, but they're much bigger than what we want, much chunkier. And then the ability to train our own, the know-how of how the model works, how it's architected, and how we can make changes to that model is really valuable if we ever want to improve its abilities or increase the amount of information we can get from the model. Okay, so for the nerds in the audience, I kind of want to talk about the architecture. If you are not like really into the machine learning space, you're welcome to zone out for a second. This will just take a second. So what we do, our pipeline is generally, so Harper is given raw text. We want to identify the errors in that raw text. The first step is we break it down into its individual component parts. So we take each word and we identify what its part of speech is. So Harry, that's a proper noun. Walked down 4 blocks. That's a verb, adverb, number, and another noun. This is important because knowing the part of speech is just really, really valuable information, and it's very cheap to compute. Very, very cheap to compute. This step takes probably 2% of the total runtime of Harper. It's very fast. Yeah. So we take, ignore that. So we take that data, we embed the parts of speech, and we embed the words, and then we put both of those into a by LSTM. I might get to why we used a BileSTM for this and not a transformer later, but we'll see. We'll see if we have time. And then finally, we pipe the output of that BileSTM through a linear layer to get our final result. And with that, our first training run, we were able to get 90% accuracy, which sounds good. That's an A, right? That sounds pretty good. No, that's pretty bad, actually. 90% is like trash in this space. The data set we're using, it's got some inconsistencies. The best you can get with the data set seems to be around 96% accuracy. That's our target. We want to get 96%. And so we did a little bit more experimentation. We tried just disabling parts of the model while we were training it, just shutting the whole thing off. The equivalent of cutting out someone's brain while they're trying to learn math. And we were actually able to get better results. So this is actually a standard technique. It's called dropout regularization. And we were able to get 95% accuracy with this model. That's not perfect. Obviously, we would like 96%, right? Because that's ideal. But it's pretty good with the number of parameters we're using and the speed we're trying to target. So we were able to get 95% accuracy with just 250,000 parameters. For context, that's 1/4 of a megabyte if we use 1-bit quantization. For context, most large language models are measured in gigabytes or terabytes. So this is much, much, much smaller. And also the runtime is less than 10 milliseconds. For Harper as a whole, we target less than 16 milliseconds for the entire pipeline so that we can give you your results in less than a single frame refresh. This only takes 10 milliseconds of that pipeline. And like I said, we get 95% accuracy on our test data. For context, if we were to use an LLM for this task, it would take several seconds and gigabytes of memory, and possibly a network connection if it's a really big model. So let's just step back and reflect. So with this model, we were pretty good, 95%. Could be better, and we're going to work to make it better in the future. We were able to improve the overall grammar checking experience with this. So I would say the good is a check mark. Fast, I don't know about you, but 10 milliseconds is pretty fast. Definitely faster than me. And then it's reliable. Because it runs on the user's device, we don't need a network connection. We don't need the internet. We don't have to worry about infrastructure going down. It's going to work always. Okay. I keep blowing on the mic. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, okay. Does anybody have any questions? Any thoughts? I'd love to hear it if you do.
So how do we download it onto our computers, like for math?
Yeah, that's a good, I should have mentioned that. They were like, this isn't supposed to be a sponsored talk, so like, don't advertise too much, guys. On our last slide, I can put it up now, actually. We have our website, writewithharper.com. From there, you'll find links for our Chrome extension. We also have support for Obsidian, Firefox. When you get on stage, everything blanks. Also, a huge number of our user base, because we really care about being private, you know, and companies hate sending their code anywhere. A lot of people who use Harper use it to check the comments in their code. So if you're like a plugin developer or something, Harper supports checking the comments in your code. So we have support for VS Code, Zed, NeoVim if you're into that, Emacs. Yeah. Is there? I think that's everything. Yeah, let's hear it.
Is that fixing grammar or code issues with code?
Grammar, like English grammar. So
English grammar. Okay.
what we see a lot, so especially with languages like Rust or JavaDoc or JSDoc, a lot of the comments in your code actually ends up as part of your public documentation, or even as part of a website. And so having improper grammar can actually, it can impact your search results, it can impact the experience of people consuming your code, especially if you don't have like the clarity people expect.
And And if it's a Firefox extension, that's JavaScript. If it's OpenOffice extension, that's like Java, I think. If it's Office, it's probably C# or something. How does it work being a Rust? How does it work putting Rust into those environments?
So for anytime Harper's running in the web, so that's our Chrome extension, our Firefox extension, or our WordPress plugin, anytime it's running in the web, we compile Rust to WebAssembly, and we just run it straight in the browser right there. So that's nice and quick and fast, and actually it's pretty easy on our end. We don't actually support LibreOffice right now, but for other editors like Obsidian, or actually no, Obsidian's also web. For other editors like VS Code, we run a separate server, and we connect to it from whatever the native language is.
Oh, a local server?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
I had a question about the whole tokenization thing. It's great that you're able to do it so fast, but is part of it because only English is currently supported that you're able to kind of encapsulate like 3 as a number into whatever model that you're training with? Is it possible to expand this to multilingual, or will we need like multiple models for different languages?
It depends. So Harper right now is really, really optimized for Indo-European languages. So these are languages with specific ratios of like characters to words, and so we're able to perform certain optimizations there. So I don't see so to answer your question directly, our models are specific to English, yes. But certain things like identifying words as numbers, that's more general purpose and really easy to hot plug. The other advantage of having models that are intentionally so small is that they're very, very fast to train, and we can use relatively small amounts of data, which is pretty easy to find in the public domain. So when we choose to expand to other languages, the actual cost of training these models is very low. The bigger concern is things like internationalization and like just making sure we identify the common grammatical rules in that language. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Wow, this is scary.
Now you know how I feel.
So, fair enough. So I have a job that prioritizes being able to respond as quickly as possible and, of course, as accurately as possible.
Right.
A lot of what you've discussed is having accurate prompts for us to be like, yes, I did misspell that word or do this grammar. The grammar could be improved, and then you select that.
Yeah.
Is there a version in the future where, especially for, you're typing super fast and you keep spelling words like appropriately, which just have way too many letters in it, incorrectly, is there a version in the future where the program can just fix that for you so you don't have to confirm, especially for things like exactly the word I'm trying to say. I just put
Right.
the P's in the wrong place.
Right. I think it's a great idea. Just autocorrect, basically.
Yeah, essentially, like a more accurate autocorrect that's more reliable.
Yeah, there's no reason why we couldn't do that. It's not in there. It's not in our plugins right now, but it should be really easy to do that because Harper already, for every suggestion it generates, it provides kind of a confidence score. So we could totally just rewind the tape, look at all the suggestions that have a confidence score above like 90% or something, and just fix them automatically. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that. That's a good idea.
That sounds great. Thank you.
You should open an issue on GitHub.
I'll look into that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know. We're almost at time, but if you have any more questions, please feel free to contact me. Oh, let's do one more question.
I'm not familiar with a lot of the models you're using, but it's very interesting to me. Is there any, in the project, is there any documentation for kind of the reasons and the choices you made in the architecture? Is there a way to dig in so a curious person could understand better?
Yes. So an enormous, so we have kind of two, or at least I have kind of two main places I put documentation. There's the official documentation, and that's on the Harper website. You can read it easy. And that's meant for being like a source of truth. Like this is the current state. But if you're more interested in like a history and like kind of the reasoning why we chose different models, I put all of that on my blog, elijahpotter.dev. I think we post roughly once a week with any important design decisions that were made included in there. So if you're interested in like why we chose a by LSTM instead of something else, or why we're using a Brill tagger instead of something else, that's the place to look. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Naho, and I have a question about 5% of the inaccuracy you were talking about. It was 95% accurate, right? Then what's 5% it cannot do? Could you explain to that, please?
Yeah. So the data set we're using right now, and I imagine we're going to change it soon, because that's, like I said, 96 as an ideal is not very good. The data set we're using right now was produced by a number of different sources, different people, and from what I've seen from the project's history, it doesn't have, like they didn't do a great job coordinating quality between those people. So there are slight disagreements between whether or not like a certain adjective is considered part of the nominal phrase. So it's those disagreements that are not necessarily related to like the core of the nominal phrase, which is what we care about, but it's around the edges where it's a little fuzzy. That's where that 4% is getting lost. Yeah. Plus, so that accuracy score is based off of just like if we were to put a mask for each word, is it or is it not a member of a nominal phrase? What we're saying is we correctly identify that Boolean 95% of the time. Yeah. So it's the fuzziness in the mask, and so I'd like to switch it to a data set that is a little bit more strictly defined, if that makes sense. Cool. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Elijah. It's now time to move to your next session, which will start at 11:30 a.m. Thanks. Welcome back. Our next speaker is Roger Williams with Figuring Out Sponsored Contribution. Roger leads community and partner engagement at Kinsta, a managed WordPress hosting company. He helped design Kinsta's contributor sponsorship program and works closely with agencies, developers, and open source leaders. With a background in support, strategy, and storytelling, Roger believes the future of WordPress depends on funding the people who build it. Please welcome Roger.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Wow, okay. Let's get this going. Figuring out sponsored contributions. So, to start this off, I'd like to ask anybody who has ever contributed to WordPress to please stand up. Awesome. All right, I'd like to hear a round of applause for all of these amazing people for making WordPress what it is. Please stay standing, though, because the follow-up to this is, please continue to stand if you are not currently sponsored or fully employed to contribute to WordPress. Okay. So this is kind of a good sign, is that it seems like we're sponsoring a lot of individuals, at least in the sample size of this room. But I think we can definitely do better. The stats show that we can do better. We can be sponsoring the people who build WordPress for our companies and our agencies and organizations to survive on. And so that's the purpose of this talk, is to figure out how to get more sponsorships, more effective sponsorships into the WordPress project. And so I'm talking today to two primary groups. The first one is organizations and companies who rely on WordPress to be a company. So this is hosting companies, this is agencies, plugins. And what I'm hoping to do is give you a framework to approach your leadership with reasons why you should be sponsoring contributors. The second group I want to talk to today is the contributors. I want to hopefully teach you some ideas and some methods to talk to companies and ask for sponsorship in an effective way. So let's figure this out and we'll dive right in. And my hope is I'm going to leave plenty of time for Q&A at the end, so get your questions ready as I'm talking. So we have kind of two conflicting worlds here. We have open source, WordPress project, which is all based on community, coming together to work on software in public. And then we have closed source businesses whose primary function is to generate revenue, income, and be able to pay their employees, keep the lights on, and provide services to their customers. And we need to bridge a bit of a gap here because typically in open source, we don't think about return on investment. We don't think about profit. But in order to get that funding in there, we need to talk to these organizations who think that way. And so typically, the open source software pitch goes something like, you should contribute to open source software because it's the right thing to do. It's an ethical argument, and I have nothing against this argument. It's accurate, and I believe it to be true. We should be giving back to what allows us to make a living. The issue with this pitch is that as a company is concerned, it doesn't fly, right? Like that just doesn't compute in the terms of three really important letters, which is ROI, return on investment. That's how companies operate, that's how they think. And for good reason. If they don't operate and think that way, they don't stay a company for very long. I'll speak from experience trying to run my own company. If you're not bringing in revenue, you don't get to keep operating. And so I think the fundamental thing we need to shift when we're looking for sponsored contributors or sponsored contributions is changing our frame of mind in terms of what is the return on investment for a company to give you money to contribute to WordPress. And so we have, when it comes to ROI, it's very clear as far as using open source software, using WordPress, right? As a host, I host WordPress, I'm able to charge people for that. So the return on investment there is very clear. As an agency, I use WordPress to build a website, I charge for that website that I've created. Makes total sense. Where the struggle comes in is, what is the ROI of contributing to open source software? How can we talk to businesses about that? And so my goal is to give you some frameworks to think about this, convey this to leadership and executives so that they can start thinking of this in more practical reasons for contributing. So I've broken this down into three sections. There's strategic reasons, operational, and second order. So strategic reasons are pretty straightforward. We rely on WordPress to operate our companies. So we need to fund WordPress so that it stays around and keeps working. But we can go further than that, and we can be very strategic about it. So if we think in terms of a hosting company, there's two main areas that we're really interested in as far as the WordPress project goes: performance and security. We want the WordPress to perform optimally so that we don't have to pay for as much CPU to operate the websites. That increases margin. When it comes to agencies, we want it to be very usable. We want it to be accessible, not only for when we're building the website, but when we hand it off to the clients, we want them to be able to use the website. And so from a strategic perspective, investing in those areas will make a lot of sense. One term that I've seen kind of thrown around, or one concept I've seen thrown around, is commoditizing your complement. So the complement here is WordPress. It's what all of us use across the industry to make our products and our services work. We should be thinking about commoditizing that and making that so that it's just something like a utility that we utilize. When you're talking with business people, they love statistics. And so I've added one here that I came across recently. This was a study done by Nagel in 2017. He's an economist. He was hired by the Linux Foundation to determine what's the economic value of open source software. And in that report, one interesting thing they came out with was it's over $9 trillion, and this is just for like the top open source projects in an enterprise world. But I really like this statistic, is that companies that contribute to open source software see a 2x increase in value over free riders. What the heck does that mean? That's crazy. Okay, hey, wait, it's free software. How can you have an increase in value? Well, as you're contributing to WordPress, you're getting to know it better. Even if you're sponsoring a contributor outside of your organization, you're communicating with that contributor. You're finding out, you know, what's coming next in WordPress. What are some challenges happening? And so you're beginning to understand the software better, and you can now incorporate that further into your strategic goals as a company. So there's your strategic reasons, and there's, you know, a lot to expand on there, but in the sake of time, we'll move into the operational. So if you have a software developer on staff, it means you're a software company. And if you're doing that work, you understand that every time you create software, you've created technical debt for your organization. You now have to maintain that software. And the problem with that is it prevents you from creating new software. One of the advantages of contributing to open source software is you're offloading that technical debt onto the open source project, which creates the feedback loop of now needing to contribute more to the open source software to maintain what you've given it, but you've now also distributed that maintenance to the rest of the project. And so if you're talking to anybody technical in an organization, bring this up. This should immediately get their attention. Oh, wow, if I can reduce technical debt, we can work on new things. We can reduce costs of operation. So really important here from a practical standpoint. And then the third practical reasons to bring up are second order benefits. And this is a really large area of topic to talk about and bring up. So at a very basic level, it's just having conversations with people who are contributing to WordPress. Like I mentioned, as you're talking with these contributors and developers, you're learning more about where the project's going, any challenges it's having, but it's also helping you learn more about maybe software development in general. You have code reviews. If you are actually contributing code into open source software, all of the contributors are going to give you feedback on your code, and that's going to help you within your organization. Now, there's mentoring, and this goes both ways. So you can be mentoring people in the project, and vice versa, they can mentor you. Networking, here we are at this amazing event. Of course, we're having zero fun here. This is serious business only. But the networking effect, and just learning what's going on, finding new business partners, maybe finding employees. And then the final second order benefit to talk about is brand recognition. And I mentioned this last for a reason. This should be kind of an afterthought. I would not lead with brand recognition as the reason to contribute, but this does happen. Just by focusing on contributing and helping the project, the people that you're sponsoring are immediately going to recognize your brand as helping the project, and then the word's going to get around. So second order benefits are another really good practical reason to bring up when you're talking with leadership. Another one to talk about is risk aversion. So open source is infrastructure. We rely on it. If WordPress doesn't work well or it isn't maintained, then we have problems as organizations that are using it to rely on it. So talking about risk aversion, if you're contributing to the product that your business is relying on, you're helping to reduce risk. Businesses are very risk averse, So this is a really good point to bring up. So those are the practical reasons to start thinking about sponsoring contributors. Now we want to talk about the different ways that you can sponsor contributors to WordPress. And there's two main paths I want to focus on here. Of course, sponsored contributors is the main one that I'm talking about. But another option is to hire an employee who is going to work full-time on the project. Both of these have pluses and minuses, and I'll kind of go into those. So the first one is sponsoring contributors. The main advantage here is that you're keeping it very simple. There is much lower commitment here in terms of dollar value, in terms of time value. You can get this set up much faster. You're not hiring somebody on full time and having to deal with all of that. And it's also very community driven. This can be just really quick and easy. The drawback is you're not going to necessarily maybe get as in-depth touch points because it's not your employee. You can't really tell them exactly what to do. And you might not be giving them as much insight into your company's strategic goals. The other method of contributing is to hire somebody who's going to work full-time on this. I don't know why I chose this image for an employee, but it seemed interesting. When you're employing somebody to contribute, this is a much longer term investment. You're going to definitely spend probably more money here. But the advantages are you have easier integration into your company's product roadmap and potentially creating more sustainable change. The footnote caveat that I want to add here is that one is not necessarily better than the other. I know a lot of sponsored contributors who have no interest in becoming an employee. They choose to have a lifestyle of being a sponsored contributor, and that works just fine. So I do not see one as being better than the other here. They're just different ways of approaching this. For this presentation, I'm focused on sponsored contributors because I'm really focused on getting more organizations sponsoring contributors, and that's the easiest way to do it. So we've gone through practical reasons for sponsoring. We've gone through some different ways of actually sponsoring individuals. Now we want to start crafting our internal pitch. And so again, I'm talking to two groups here. I'm talking to people working in organizations, even leading the organization, but I'm also talking to the contributors so that when you're approaching organizations, this is a good way to approach it. So there's three main points here that I want to cover is understanding the organizational goals, being patient, and then being ready, and then finally some common objections. Hopefully I'm not flying through here too fast. So the first one is understanding your organization's priorities. And I have a table full of sticks here that look like you're pitching something, I don't know. But what you want to think about here is we've covered practical reasons that are pretty far-reaching, strategic, operational, and second order. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. And we've covered some of this already. So if you're a hosting company, you want to talk to your leadership about performance benefits, security. If you're an agency, you're focused on accessibility, UX, and for all of us, there's documentation, there's training. These are all important aspects for using WordPress, not only as in our organizations, but also the clients that we're building stuff for. And so the more that you can craft that pitch specific to the organization, the easier you're making it for them to understand what these benefits look like. The second part here is being patient, but also being ready. So executives are hopefully very busy people. They're making decisions all day long. They're trying to figure out a bunch of things going on with their organizations. Giving money to something that they don't have to pay for is going to be very low on their priority, at least when you're first bringing it up to them. So you need to be patient with this, but you also need to be ready because as soon as an executive makes a decision, they're going to want to start seeing results as quickly as you can. And so you're going to want to have everything lined up and ready to roll, and that's the next part of the talk is I'm going to explain how to start finding contributors and onboarding them. But the key term I want to bring up here is budget. Nothing is happening until you have gotten a budget to do this. And this is really important to think about because you don't want to start getting a contributor excited about sponsorship and then to tell them, sorry, I don't actually have any money to give you. So at this point, if an executive comes to you and says, all right, let's go, your first question should be, great, what's the budget? And how do we want to distribute that? How is this all going to work? Get that worked out at the very beginning, and it'll be much less messy at the end. And then common objections, right? You're going to get pushback. You're giving money for something that you don't have to pay for. If you don't get pushback, that should be a warning sign. So the first one's going to be, what's the ROI? And we've covered this quite a bit, but it's good to rehash it. So again, it's shared infrastructure. We rely on this software to actually operate. We want to think strategically. We want to think about operations, second order benefits. All of this you should be ready to communicate as soon as they bring it up. Another common objection is, what if the contributor goes rogue? The first thing to remind them of is that this is open source software. Just because you've committed something to happen does not mean it's going to be accepted. We have core contributors, for lack of a better word, gatekeepers that prevent you from just publishing whatever you want into core. And so there's safety checks for that. So the risk is pretty low there, but this is also where something to bring up is maybe a contract is important for the organization. And if that is, I'm going to talk about how to kind of navigate that here in a little bit. But that's a response you might want to bring up. And then a final, big common objection is we don't have the time to manage this. And the good news is that's why you're doing a sponsored contributor instead of bringing on an employee. The sponsored contributor should be a low maintenance situation. I'm going to go into how to think about that as you're evaluating them shortly. But that's going to be important to make sure you're evaluating well so that you avoid having an issue with this. But the answer is, this is why we're doing sponsored contributor over employing somebody. Is everybody following so far? Are we doing pretty good? Excellent. Okay, so we've explained practical reasons. We've figured out if we want to do sponsored contributors or employee. We've made the pitch. We've gotten budget. Now we need to start finding the right contributors to sponsor. And so there's 3 areas here that I like to focus on. There's searching, evaluating, and then connecting. So searching for a contributor, this is actually the easiest part of the whole process. Because WordPress is a community, and the whole point of open source software is for people to come together to help each other writing software, all you need to do is reach out to the community and ask. And you will get lots of recommendations. My advice is here where I've seen success is reaching out to employed contributors, employed core contributors. They tend to have less conflict of interest because they shouldn't be looking for sponsorship. They should be okay with what they've got as an employee. But they're working with people in the project. They're able to identify who's doing good work, who's doing mentoring work, and who should really get help for continuing to do that work. So reaching out to the community is a great step here. And again, now you're starting to get those second order benefits. You're engaging with the WordPress community. Even if it's someone you're not going to directly sponsor, you're starting those conversations, you're networking. Another great opportunity is going to Contribution Day at a WordCamp and talking to team leads. And they should also have a great idea of who on the team might need some help and is doing good work. So that's searching, that's finding somebody. Honestly, that's the easiest part. For you contributors out there, I want to point out that I have only found contributors by looking for them. No one has ever approached me. So I'm hoping that I'm reaching you with this conversation. I also want to caveat, I want to talk with you all, but I will say I don't currently have any budget currently. So just prefacing that. However, there's lots of organizations here who do have budget. I'm hopefully teaching you how to approach them. Absolutely. All right. So now we want to evaluate the contributor. There's a lot of things we want to find out because again, inside of the organization, your leadership should be expecting some sort of reporting about what's going on. Where's this money going? How's it being used? And so one of the things that we've done is we've created a very simple intake form that we ask the contributor to fill out and give us an idea of, what are they working on? What have they worked on in the past? What do they want to work on next? And giving us an idea, how many hours are they looking to work for? What rate are they looking for? Like starting to really figure out all the nitty gritty here. After this intake form, you should be pretty much ready to sponsor them or not. But I like to go one step further, and I'm really about connecting, and I know that's the next slide, but I'm really about connecting with the contributor. I want to get to know who they are as a person, what's motivating them to work on the project, because that's going to tell me a lot of things going back to that what if they go rogue problem. I want to avoid that from happening at all costs. So connecting with the contributor, learning who they are, and what's driving them should help get rid of any of those concerns. Another thing that you're learning at this point is their communication capabilities and skills. If they're on the other side of the planet from where you live, there's going to be a delay in responses. You should expect that. If that's not going to work for you or your organization, make sure you're taking that into consideration. Maybe you want to start with somebody more local first and get that evaluated and make your leadership feel more confident in all of this. Are they good at communicating on Slack? Are they communicating on email? Figure out where's the best way that works for them. Again, we want them spending most of their time contributing to WordPress, not managing the relationship with you. Another point here for evaluating is alignment with your values, not just your product goals, but your values as a company. Is this person's going to be representing you? When they're working in the project, they're going to let people know that you're sponsoring them. Are they a good representative of your organization? Consider this. The WordPress community is fantastic. I've never run into an issue with this, but you want to be thorough here. And then the final one for evaluation is, are they a mentor? Are they a multiplier? Are they unblocking people that are working in the project? That's what excites me almost the most about sponsoring a contributor, is finding one who is going beyond just their contribution to the project, but helping others. Because we need more people coming into the project. We need new people coming into the project. So I look for this in a major, major way. And usually the people that are referred to me are mentors. And then another one here is connecting. We've kind of covered this a little bit. They unblock others. They're maintaining critical infrastructure. Evaluating here still. One of the things I like to look for is that they lead with kindness, and they're consistent, that they're working on the project. All right, we're doing great here on time. So now we want to talk about getting the rubber to hit the pavement. How do we get the sponsored contributor paid and make this stuff all work? And there's a lot of resources out there. I have not really covered the additional organizations that exist in the space, but there's a ton of them out there to help with this as well. I've pointed out a couple of things that has worked for us. And so the easy route is going with a GitHub sponsorship or Open Collective. So pretty much anyone who's a developer should have a GitHub profile. It's very easy for them to go to their sponsor page and create either a set amount that they're looking for sponsorship, or maybe they have an open-ended. Open Collective is very similar. With Open Collective and GitHub, it's very simple. You sign up, you put in your credit card, and it's done. So easy, quick, just get things done. The more formal route is if you're probably a larger organization, you have a legal and a finance team, unless you love having to do extra work. And so what we're looking at here is vendor onboarding, some sort of a light contract that usually covers something like non-disparagement, intellectual property clauses. I am not a lawyer. I want to make sure that that is clear. If you have legal questions, consult with a lawyer on this. This is how we operate pretty much all of our sponsorships, and it's just, it gives our internal teams a sense of security, which is important in our case, but I think also it helps the contributor feel like, hey, wow, this is a really legitimate situation. I need to do good work. You know, I want to keep the sponsorship going. So definitely more formal, a little bit more costly, but you know, might be where you want to end up. There are, again, organizations that can help with all of this as well. So there's a nice in-between. I didn't really cover that on this conversation. The important thing, and I'm using this slide 2 times, is to keep it simple. A sponsored contributor is not an employee. Again, I'll repeat, a sponsored contributor is not an employee. You should not expect them, don't give them over onerous expectations. Like if they're writing, you know, you want them to write a 10-page report. No, no, no. You want them to be on a weekly stand-up call. Probably not great. I mean, again, you're taking them away from working on the project. You should be focused on getting them to work on WordPress as much as possible and dealing with you as little as possible. So keep it simple. Highlight your contributors. Celebrate your contributors. At the beginning of this talk, I had contributors stand up, got applause. I'm sure that that felt really great for the contributors. It's the same thing if you write a blog post, if you do a video interview with them, if you put them in a newsletter, give them recognition. That goes a long way at making them feel appreciated. Also, it's highlighting the project. So you're highlighting the work that they're doing, but you're also highlighting what's happening with WordPress and sharing that with the community and maybe hopefully getting other people interested in contributing. I'd like to do a lot of video interviews myself. I did one recently with Aaron Jorbin where we did a bug scrub. He actually walked me through my first bug scrub. And my hope with that video is to show people you can probably do better. So it's not terribly hard, but you know, you can do this. So anyway, highlighting the contributors. This is a really fun part of sponsoring contributors, and I highly recommend it. Again, your brand recognition is a secondary effect in this case. So put that to the side, focus on the WordPress project, focus on the contributor, the rest will follow. Lessons learned. What have I learned? So it's been 8 months, 8 months that we've been sponsoring contributors. And I think the first thing that I've learned is don't wait, start as soon as possible. Go to a GitHub sponsor option, find one contributor, give them some cash, check it out for 3 months, see how your leadership team feels about it, and then expand it from there. But just don't wait, start now. We need this as soon as possible. Open source software in general needs more contributions, needs more sponsorship. WordPress needs this. We all rely on WordPress. We should be pushing this pedal to the metal. Don't discount the effects on brand and goodwill. Again, I considered that all secondary effects. It's still low on my priority list, if not on my priority list for this project. But it happens, and it happens really quickly, and it's really amazing, and it's awesome. The WordPress community, word gets around. You know, everybody talks to each other here. So don't discount that, don't focus on it, but it does happen. Also, be ready to be surprised and learn new things about the WordPress project itself. Learn more about yourself and what you're interested in and how you can contribute to WordPress. You don't have to be a developer to contribute to the project. We have amazing volunteers here making WordCamp US happen. Thank you to the volunteers. They're contributing to WordPress. So those are some lessons learned. I've got some more, happy to talk more about that. Wrapping up, my call to action is, don't wait, start now. We need people. Open source software is absolutely reliant on the people that contribute to the software. It doesn't happen without the contributors. So we need to be sponsoring them. We need to figure out how to get them more sponsorship, and we're all going to benefit from this. So rising tide lifts all boats. There's competitors to WordPress right now. We need to not be resting on our laurels. We need to be pushing ahead with all of this. Start small, but you need to start. Start the conversation inside of your organization today, even if it's just with your immediate manager. Start talking about this stuff. Hey, what do we do to actually contribute back to WordPress? And see what the answer is. Maybe you're already doing stuff, you're not aware of it. And that means that you guys should be highlighting it and letting at least people inside your company know about it, but definitely the rest of the world. If you're a contributor, start reaching out to organizations. I mentioned it earlier. None of the people we're sponsoring came to us. We reached out to all of them. I don't have a problem with that, but that's an indicator that contributors could be doing more to reach out. And what I'm hoping with this conversation is giving you tools to be effective in your outreach. Just reaching out with the ethical argument for contributing to open source software can work, but it'll be more effective if you're talking about ROI. If you're talking business talk to these organizations, it'll just happen much faster. Sponsor one contributor for a few months, learn from it. And yeah, if your company runs on WordPress, you're already standing on the shoulders of volunteers, so maybe it's time to hold them up. My name is Roger Williams. I do partnerships and community at Kinsta. That is my LinkedIn QR code. Connect with me there, leave comments. We have 10 plus minutes for questions and answers. I'd love to hear some questions. I just want to remind you, I don't currently have budget, but I want to talk with all of you. I want to talk with all of you, and like I said, there's a lot of organizations just across the hall who do have budget, so go and get to them. But thank you very much, and if you do have questions, there's a microphone in the middle of the room. I'm directing you to that.
Earlier slide, why do you separate open source versus closed source? Having the money, I'm thinking Red Hat or many large open source corporations that have a premium version, like every WordPress plugin on the WordPress pages is GPL and open source, and there's a lot of paid add-ons, premium add-ons. Why is it necessarily that they're separated two categories, open source and then closed source, which is making money? I don't think there's any company that's entirely one or the other.
Is there a question?
Yes. Yeah, why are those separated?
Okay, great question. So for the framing of this conversation, my point there is that, so you've got WordPress.org, which is the open source project for WordPress. There is a foundation there, there's money that goes into it, but none of that money is necessarily distributed to the contributors. The contributors are all volunteers. So what we're trying to do is convince the companies who generally operate in a more closed source when it comes to the business side of it, and are more focused on revenue, and getting them to convince themselves to give money to the volunteers who are building open source software. Mm-hmm. It's fuzzy, it's not a completely black or white situation, but that was used for illustrative purposes to kind of frame businesses versus open source and getting them to think more together.
Yeah. And
yeah.
From an individual person with a GitHub account, is GitHub sponsors is a good way to connect with them?
So there's a lot of different ways to reach out and connect with contributors. You can reach out through GitHub. Personally, I like to connect over email or Slack, or eventually get that conversation moved to a different method. GitHub is, I'm not necessarily as comfortable using GitHub for communication. If you are, go for it.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for the question.
Hi, Roger. Nate from Kinsta.
Hey, buddy.
So one thing that struck me during your talk is how would you feel about the risk side of this equation? So if I was in the room, what would you say to someone that's afraid to talk about sponsoring contributions to WordPress with their employer?
Yeah.
And how did you think about that at Kinsta?
Oh, wow. So if you're afraid to talk to your employer, that's a different issue. You might want to find a better employer. Hopefully you can have conversations like this. And honestly, you want to approach it with a sense of curiosity, right? Like, don't come barging in. Like, again, that's why I'm moving away from just the ethical argument, where generally that's like a hammer of, hey, you need to give back. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that argument. I agree with it. But that's definitely more of the stick, right? We want to be leading with the carrot. And the carrot is, how does this benefit the business? So spend some time understanding your organization and what its priorities are and how sponsoring WordPress, in this case, will benefit that. My experience was, everybody inside of Kinsta has been open to the conversations. The challenge is priorities. Right? As a business, there's a lot of priorities usually around making money and reducing spending money. This is a spend ask, so it's a cost center. And so you need to be aware of that and realize that that's going to have it should have a lower priority if you're working at an effective business. An effective business should be focused on revenue coming in. So again, patience. I would say it took about a year from really starting this conversation until we got budget approval. So just to set your expectations, again, that being patient but being ready part is really critical.
Cool. And I would echo that, like just the way that you approached it, and like I would definitely say that like one of the things that I think you did a good job of striking good balance on was like being patient, but yet keeping the conversation going. So I thought
Absolutely.
that was awesome. Last question. And I'll turn the microphone over. Is there any way that you QA contributions, or does the community sort of monitor the contributions of the people that Kinsta's sponsoring? How does that work?
Yeah, really great question. And this is, I would say, phase 2 of our sponsored contribution project. And I've actually had some contributors bring this up of, hey, what do you want me to work on? And usually I'm like, great, you're on the performance team. That's great. And they're like, well, okay, like if you want to give me more direction, that'd be great. And so I'm like, oh geez, like there's way more I can start thinking into this. And so I think this is also where putting it back on leadership a little bit of like, hey, what would you guys like to see at this? Again, with the operational side, we can reduce technical debt by contributing. The development team should be really excited about that. And so there's a lot to talk about there. But a really great question, focusing on quality assurance and the ROI part of it. Right now, I'm like the people that I'm sponsoring, I've gotten to know them. I trust that they're doing the work. And there's feedback from the community also, right? Like I've gotten people referred who are doing good work. So excellent. Oh, hello, Courtney.
Oh, hello, friend Roger.
Yay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Courtney Robertson. I am a developer advocate at GoDaddy and also co-founder of the WP Community Collective, where we have budget, but we are also not ready for an influx of people, just as a heads up.
Okay.
We were using Open Collective Foundation. Not part of Open Collective proper, but our financial or fiscal host switched, and so we had to change a lot of things and make programs and procedures. So I'm approaching this from both hats, in a sense. You also have walked the line internally, and I may have referred some amazing contributors your way.
Yes, thank you.
My thinking is more around the realm of, in the room, we've got some friends with us that have been contributors for a long time. Some have contributed through different organizations over the time. Also, this is adjacent to Five for the Future. As a project, as the WordPress community, I think I want to hear some discussion, maybe some talking points from you and later from others in the room around, as a project, how do we, each company is going to have its own goals as to why they're doing this. And obviously we believe, I especially was very vocal about get these people in polyglots some money. There is some, we all need this to work in whatever language we speak.
Yeah.
That's an obvious sell. How do we help move the needle on organizations to collaborate together and bring the transparency maybe that a lot of contributors need, I've spoken with some companies that have been big leaders in Five for the Future in the past, and they recognize that in order sometimes to get an initiative through, they just need the groundswell of people to get, like, just onesie twosie is a thing, but then sometimes you need the groundswell to really get something merged into production or something in one of the teams really launched. One person can go so far, but how far can a group go together? Have you done any conversations around that? If not, let's do a meal like before we leave.
Yeah, no, so great question. And again, I feel like this is similar to the prior question as far as like QA and really the strategic side of sponsoring contributors. We're still new into this, so I'm learning a ton. I am open to all feedback and ideas on how to do this better. I think, but what I'm seeing is just the simple aspect of, let's just get organizations in, like, giving money into this. And again, the second order benefit, I feel that this is like more of a second order benefit situation, where as we get companies thinking strategically and operationally for contributing, the second order benefits are going to come out of that, where we're networking with our competition because we're sponsoring, maybe we're sponsoring the same contributor, right? Yes, we are. Yes, we are, right? So co-opetition, frenemies, whatever you want to call it. I think that's an awesome second order effect that comes from all of this. But first, we just need to get organizations involved in sponsoring contributors and even contributing, right? The next stage that I'm hoping to work on is pushing Kinsta to actually have people contribute more from within the organization. That is a much bigger ask, because now I'm not only asking us to give our money to something that we get for free, but we're actually giving our time and resources of people to something that we get for free. And I'm not saying we're totally against it, but again, we hire people for specific roles. Organizations hire people to do a specific job. Unless you're coming into that saying, yes, part of your specific job is to work on WordPress, there's a big change that has to happen from a management level. So boiling the ocean is something that I do love to attempt to do. That is definitely what we're approaching with this topic. But my encouragement out of this talk is start small, just get started, and get the organization starting to see the ROI from doing this. And then as you get into the more advanced situations, having those more strategic conversations should be happening. So I hope that answers your question. We're out of time. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate you coming here. Have a great day.
Got WordPress? Now what? You need Jetpack. Jetpack makes your site faster. Create more content with AI. Jetpack expands your audience. Publish on your site, share it everywhere. Watch your stats grow. Jetpack protects your site. Your business stays online 24/7. Everything is backed up in real time. 8 individual plugins, one powerful family of products. The best WordPress sites have Jetpack.
Every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights. I've got shy. Yeah. But now my only when is now, and my only where is when I'm by your side. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Lie in the sun. Yeah. Lie in the sun. Yeah. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, I just wanna lie in the sun. Yeah, lie in the sun. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend tried it right. If there's a way, I wanna know we tried it. Quit your games and now that you denied it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you deserve respect. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying again. Reason right, let's take our time and choose. Whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we step or jello. I got move and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Love by love, again. And I know you deserve respect. It's all for sure, I didn't know. I wonder what it meant to be. If I let go and let it flow, I think there's more to see. I just need a break. I'll take what you think. I just need to break. I'll take you to a trip to the other side. I'll take you to a trip to the other side. Take a sip, take a trip to the other side. I'll take you to a trip to the other side. Take a trip to the other side. I'll take you to a trip to the other side. Take a sip, take a trip to the other side. I'll take you to a trip to the other side. Do you just feel like there is no just left to see? Do you just wanna to rewriting down your script? It's all for sure, didn't know. I wonder what it meant to be. If I let go, so let it flow. I think there's more in me. I just need a break. I'll take what you think. I just need to break. I'll take you to a trip to the other side. I'll take you to a trip to the other side. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Look at what you did, I'm slipping on it. Yeah, I'm all in, I must admit it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Let me know you're all mine. Touching you, I collide. Into space in your eyes. Touching you feels like moonlight. Moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. I was sure that it'll be easier to clear you from my mind. Struggle with dusty corners that were filled with fatal bombs. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Situation got upset when I stepped on a memory thorn. How I did it to myself. That I happy had to break free from the minefield that you are. Bomb, bomb, bomb. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. It'd be my pleasure, see you pressure just before you break the bone. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. It'd be my pleasure, see you pressure just before you break the bone. You're reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash the choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy pending on the walls. How I did it to myself. Craving out here, practice land, sleeping up my bed is golden sand. should see pressure just before you break the bone. You're something beautiful, electric chemical. You take my breath away, feel my emotions push and pull. Shooting stars in your eyes, you're bringing me to life. Love how you say my name, you make it feel like summertime. When you reach out your hand, I find myself again. Electric wonderland, no, I just can't get enough. You feel like magic, magic. Just one touch, my God, I gotta have it. You feel like magic, magic. You know you feel like magic. You know you feel like magic. You know you feel like magic, magic. Dance in the living room, can't stop looking at you. The way you're moving, I'm watching all of my dreams come true. Take all my stress away, clear up my cloudy days. Just me and you and all this music, baby, never change. When you reach out your hand, I find myself again. Electric wonderland, no, I just can't get enough. You feel like magic, magic. Just one touch, my God, I gotta have it. You feel like magic. upside down, spinning around you. I wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Losing all my focus, I can't even control it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, yeah, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me, yeah, you're making me glow. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Nothing out there could ever stop me from chasing after the way you love me, keeping me up 2 cups of coffee. Baby, you make me feel so lovely. I keep on running, no, I should've wanted a high. I keep on falling right into your thought, I can't get you off my mind. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I wanted, sugar like yes please, love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. chasing after the way you love me, keeping me up 2 cups of coffee. Baby, you make me feel so lovely, 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 lovely. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. You got me exclusive. I'm so high up and lucid. You take me to a safe place. We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy. You like that? Don't back down. No, you talk back. Keep it spicy. That's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got a dime for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom. I'm a main squeeze, don't get it twisted. There's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got a dime for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. 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 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, just take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Gotta find a way to do the things that woke up feeling on top of the world, like nothing's ever gonna bring me down. This feeling got me flying high as a bird. I may never touch the ground. It may not be my birthday, but I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate, 'cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. There's magic coursing throughout my veins. I don't want it to stop. I feel invincible in every way. I'ma give it all I got. It may not be my birthday, but I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate, 'cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. There's nothing like feeling alive. There's nothing like feeling alive. I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate, 'cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. I just wanna celebrate all night.
Love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Baby, keep the light on for me, I'm coming home. Know I got you forever wherever I go. I feel like I'm high. Oh, and I wouldn't change the way you got me jumping through hoops. All the wishes in the world and I wish for you. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Wired in the moments like I'm walking on air, tripping over roses every time that you're there. I'm losing my mind. Oh, and I'm hard over the moon, you know that you got me good. I'm not even mad, I need you more than I should. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me electric, love me electric. Electric, I love it how you love me
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. Yeah. OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. 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 Tell me something, it might just take the pain away. See, I've been thinking a million things I want to say. Now I'm looking in your eyes, but I'm wandering to your lips. See, I'm trying to keep it cool while I'm hovering for the kiss. 'Cause I've been eating you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you.
Welcome back, everyone. How was lunch? Yeah. All right, up next we have Rory Heaney with Tag Team Your Blocks, customizing Gutenberg with the WP HTML tag processor. Rory is lead front-end developer at C Digital Labs, where he drives the creation of custom web and mobile applications for clients across industries. His work includes projects for top brands like Betsy Farms, Pet Action Plus, and celebrity personalities such as Rosie Huntington-Whiteley and Emily Henderson. Rory's portfolio also features clients like Pilot Flying J, Nitto Tire, and Hoag Hospital. Please welcome Rory.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, my people. What's up, guys? How we doing? Right? Just after lunch. Had a little shake it out. Anyone gets tired, feel needs to fall asleep, no harm, no foul, I will not mind. Right? No big. But real quick, before we get into it, there's going to be a fair amount of code as we go through these slides. Don't worry about taking pictures or grabbing anything. At the end, there's going to be a QR code to the slides themselves, and I'll have the link to the GitHub repo. So you're going to get everything in the end. And as we go on, it's only going to get more abstracted as we've touched and covered previous things. All right, so let's get into it. So, who's this guy? It's me. I'm that guy. As you heard, I'm Rory Heaney. I've been working for WordPress roughly about 13-ish years now. I got into WordPress by basically, I first started by going to design school, graduated, I then got to a little boutique agency where I met real designers and realized that my degree was a very expensive lesson. And then basically after lying through my teeth about knowing some CSS and HTML, here I am. So if that hasn't discouraged you about my qualifications about being here, don't worry, there's still time. So why are we here? We're going to talk about the HTML tag processor. I'll probably just refer to this as the HTML API as we go along, just so I don't have to say that word over and over again. But what is it? Straight from the documentation, it's a core class used to modify attributes in the HTML document for tags matching a query. Usage. As we kind of already just said, we're going to create a new class instance for your input HTML document. Find the tags you're looking for. We're going to request changes to those attributes, reset some tags. I don't know about you, but typically when I was doing stuff or first getting into blocks, I obviously ignored all documentation and just tried, which was a horrible idea because I was doing everything wrong. And you know, you spend a few minutes, you read the documentation that WordPress works so hard to provide us, and you really learn some things. When I came across this feature, it really became a lot like the red car theory. For those who don't know, basically, you know, I haven't seen a red car in a while. And now all I see are red cars. That's because that's the forefront of your mind. And since using this, the amount of time that I have spent on subreddits answering questions that could be solved with this. Most recently was someone who was using DOM document for what this exact feature is built for. If you don't know DOM document, it's basically an HTML4 spec. You're now coming through XML, it's slow, it's angry looking, it's not a great feature. And as we go through this, we're not just going to limit ourselves to what you see tags or what you perceive attributes can do, right? We're going to sprinkle in some really impressive examples and show you how powerful this tool is. Because we take it for granted that it's just an attribute, right? It's just a source, just an ARIA label. What happens when we can manipulate that or they're missing, right? So, you know, why do I need it, right? Alternative, regex. It's gross. It's gross, right? Come on, we're all adults here. That being said, it is powerful yet hard to use, right? Don't get me wrong. You can do so much with regex, and I assume being good at it is kind of like the moment in Aladdin where he asks the genie what's it like to be a genie, and the genie's like, infinite cosmic power, right? That's probably what it feels like. Or if, you know, there's any StarCraft fans in the audience, you know, power overwhelming, protest or die trying. Sorry. But downside, glyph soup, right? I don't know if you've used regex before or you've seen it. Honestly, most of you have probably seen it. But I don't understand hieroglyphs, and I don't know if you do either. Debugging can be a challenge, right? We take for granted what the document and the DOM looks like. Single quotes, double quotes, no quotes. Did you know, like, before you could still probably output an image without any quotes? Like, right, it's crazy. And with regex, we have to take into account everything, every little bit. And you miss any of those things, you're now stuck. You've broken it, or nothing is going to load, or in this infinite loop of death, right? Performance. Complex patterns can slow down your site, and that's a bummer. So we'll just briefly touch on the beauty of one. Now here we're just setting up the pattern. All I want to do is I want to find a strong tag. That's it, right? But remember, you can't trust the output. Double quotes, single quotes, no quotes. You, as the developer, has to think of all these situations. And we just assume that, you know, the site's being built or you've taken on a project, that it's going to output in the way you expect it to output. You expect that that has double quotes for that class, right? Just in basic HTML. Doesn't mean it's going to, and if you didn't account for that, then this isn't going to work. Now, this is small on purpose to kind of understand how much work has gone into this after we created a pattern. We're still not done yet. All right, we've got to find the tags that match. Got to make a call back and see what's going on. We got to go through the chunks. Now we found a strong tag. We got to see are the IDs and classes available, right? It just gets worse. Does a class exist? If not, now we have to append it. Maybe it does, and we have to add to it and return what it currently has. Right? This is not working out, right? Let's be honest. There's got to be a better way. Well, there is. A tag-aware approach. And the HTML API avoids these pitfalls. So this little guy was introduced in 6.2. Pretty great. HTML aware and reliable. Now we can parse tags and attributes. All the quotes, no quotes. Yet it's taking care of it, right? But how? Well, let's start to get into that, right? Not just that, but it's going to be readable and maintainable. A clear API, next tag, set attribute, right? Add class, class list, methods we can use and understand. Predictable performance. So this is a single pass scan, no backtracking, even though we can, we'll show examples of how. But this processor basically is left to right, token by token, and runtime will be linear based off what's going on, unless you explicitly jump with a bookmark, and we'll talk about that too. But next, that previous code example that was annoying and hard to read, well, let's do it right. Just take a minute, take a look at how much better this is, right? You're going to hook into the content, have a new processor instance. Let's check all the tags, bold of any kind, add a highlight class, good to go. Right, this is more readable, more maintainable stuff we can understand, and we're doing it the WordPress way. We're updating the tag, returning the HTML, no one's the wiser. Before, I don't know who was maybe using regex to do this, most of you would probably resort to just using JavaScript, right? Client side, they're not going to notice. It's below the fold, big hero image up top. Let's just use JS, get all the tags, add something to it. Great. But now there's a little bit of a layout shift maybe. They didn't notice, but you don't care. You don't saw it. But now we're doing the server side. Just taking care of it right off the bat. But why? Not just why, but how. So you might be thinking, so is WordPress just using their own magical regex, right? No. If you read the documentation and go back to the code, there's this aha moment that's absolutely crazy. I don't know if you ever thought about this yourself, but the document, the page, it's only angle brackets, right? Nothing takes place if it isn't inside an angle bracket. Your tag, header, footer, head, text area, paragraph, right? So what this does, it just goes angle bracket by angle bracket. going through the document. No more crazy regex, nothing. Reliable, functional. Why would we use this? Because a classic example is one thing, and that's not really going to knock your socks off, I'll admit that. But imagine going through Gutenberg, or the content in general, and now you're enforcing maybe a tighter design system, right? Normalizing classes, normalizing attributes. And this is the part where we're really going to start to have some fun. We'll see the real power, right? Accessibility at scale. How often have you been given like a JS widget from a client, or they have a source, right? It outputs a list, anything. Almost everyone here has probably to deal with that. But maybe that's not friendly to the user experience. It didn't come with an ARIA Live, and that's not very polite, right? Yeah, someone got that. And, you know, but how would you solve that, right? You could just use JavaScript, look for it, append it to on top of its container. That's annoying. We can do that here. And you could do that here by adding a class to the container and then looking for it and appending it server side. And we'll go into that. But that's real power. That's real power that's user-friendly and is better functionality, right? Performance, right? It's just getting a little spicier every time we keep clicking. Just lazy load all the things. Enforce lazy loading on all images, decoding. Now, WordPress already does a lot of this for us. But we could enforce the other attributes that it's deferred. Why not set fresh priority? Add an asynchronous tag to a script. You can do all that now, just with that tag processor, right? Safer links and embeds. You're adding relationship tags. Maybe you're adding an ARIA label because something had a target blank, right? Better buttons. Think about it. Let's say you added, and there's a good example on the 10up website that I encourage you to see, where they wanted to add an ARIA label. So they did the work, added the attribute in the admin, made a new field, and then used the tag processor to output it on the links. So now you have a better context-aware version of what the user's seeing. That read more no longer read more, it's ARIA label. Read more about this, right? Target blank, it's open this link in a new window, right? We are, I don't know, I'm already getting fired up. I am. I love it. I think it's huge what this can do, guys. So let's look at a block. This is just a blanket block where it's going through all of them. We're going to check if it's a core list, set up the processor, use the next tag method, which will then give us the ordered list or unordered. We're going to add a class, return it, done. But, you know, we're not knocking anyone's socks off, so let's spice it up a little bit, keep it going. Maybe we want to add a class list and a count of the list total, which again, clients are going to client, and how many of you have had to use JavaScript for some reason to see how long a list is. If it was longer, they want it hidden for some reason or do all this. Now you're doing it all on the client side. There's layout shift, do this. It's not a good experience for anyone, let alone you, and you're the one that has to do it. So what if we updated that, took it a little further? All right, we're going to add the class like we did, and now we're going to set a bookmark. What's a bookmark? Well, it's your chance to basically stick a flag in the sand. Like, hey, I want to come back here. Because you have to remember, it goes forward only. We have the option to go back when needed. And I'm just going to call this bookmark list start. We've set our depth count because we only want to go one level. I want to count how many list items there are at the top level of that. Well, we're going to go through it all. We're going to use visit, which means we can now check for closing tags. Because before, we're only going forward. We're not checking for closers, we're checking for openers. Now, it's smart enough we can have methods to check for broken syntax. We're not going to touch on that now, but it's available. And here, we're checking how many have we gone through, and are we at the end? Because when we're at the end of the list in the parent level, we want to go back to the top. And in the next slide, we're going to go through what's going on in that little mark that says next slide will show the markup. When we get to the end, we're going to set list end. We're going to use seek to get us back to the start. So now we're at the ordered list or unordered list, remember? Now we're going to add that data count attribute. And that's just for this example, right? In the previous I said, maybe you had to use JS to hide it. Well, instead of adding that data attribute, what if you just added a style of display none in line? or you're using Bootstrap and you use dnone as a class, right? Because it was so long or whatever in this scenario. Let's keep it going. So, a little review of what just happened. We targeted a block. It was listed in this instance. We added a class. We dropped a pin. Hey, we're going to go through everything, but this is where I need to return to once I've reached the end, because we want to edit it later. Walk through everything, use Viget so we can see the closers. We've already handled nesting. We've counted all the items. We came back to the top and updated it. Right? And so now we're no longer waiting for the client side to make these updates. Because like I said, clients are going to client. And we take for granted how much we offload on the front end, or how much you put pressure on the front end to then do these things. And now again, we need to think about layout shifts, the user experience, and how are we making it better for everybody, right? And this is a good moment, and I hope everyone is kind of feeling this right now. It also gives me a sec to take a water break, right? Let's keep going. We're having some fun here, I think. So the blanket check we showed before was for all blocks, right? We want to go for a block. It still works, but we can keep getting better. Now, I don't know who's already doing this. I hope most of you are. If not, keep in mind that we can now target just the list block with render block core, and then append the block name. So here, we're not just targeting it specifically, but now every instance of it. And the next, I previously brought up, think of that example with the ARIA Live, right? And that widget. Well, how are we going to get that? Let's say it was in a column. Well, what if we added a class to that column, right? We're going to go through all the lists, or all the columns, or you pick your poison, right? We added a class in the admin, in that input field. Again, we haven't done any custom block development. You're not using scripts, using ACF or the toolkit, nothing. We haven't touched that. And here, we found the column we were looking for with the class fancy logic, or whatever you decided to enter. And now we're adding that ARIA Live polite, or that class, or changing the source. Now, the good stuff, right? We're going to use all this, and we're going to change the core video, right? We're about to go through, is going to be all in the repo. You're going to get the full thing. And we're going to modify this without using scripts or anything else. You're not going to have to run npm run serve or anything like that. We're going to see what you can do with just PHP, right? It's wild. Think about it for a second. You're customizing the output. You're not going to impact how the editor works. You don't have to worry about this breaking for them, for yourself. We're going to change how it outputs. I also just want to make it clear again, it's going to get more abstracted as we go, because we've already covered certain concepts. But let's keep it going. We're going to run this on the video block. Just that. You can also apply this to the cover block. Think about that, right? We're going to also include a fun little guy. We'll call this the parent kind of processor, not to be confused with the tag processor itself. This was introduced in 6.5. I'm not going to go too far into it, deep into it, but it's just an example. We're going to create an overlay, right? Because how often on your video block is the client like, well, right, you're showing the poster, but there's the controls. Like, can you just put an overlay on top of it with a custom play button? It's just the bane of video existence, right? Not just that, but it would still load the source, right? That's not going to work on a heavy page. Non-destructive. Don't have to worry about anything breaking. We got the code, we got the block, we're going to add the attributes and output accordingly. So, now it's starting to get a little nuts, all right? We've scoped to the video block, great. Going to add the function. We've had a couple classes we're checking for. Now, these variables are going to figure out whether or not we've assigned the classes we've assigned. In this example, we're going to add a class of lazy load and a class of has custom play button. And based off those checks, We're going to go in, we're going to start looking for classes. Oh, we found a class. Great. Has lazy loading. Now we've taken the video source, emptied it out, added a data attribute with this previous source. See where we're going, right? We're picking up steam here. We're going to return it. Great. Oh, sweet. Is there an overlay? We're going to check that this class is available and that they've added the poster, right? Because we just don't want to arbitrarily add an overlay that's then see-through with a button in the center. That would be unpleasant because now we have a custom play button over controls, over a poster inside of a video. Oh, it gives me a headache. And in the end, this is what we have, right? We've outputted a wrapper of the video, the overlay. The poster is now on the overlay, a button inside. And as you can see on the figure element, the classes we added from the admin. You know, just take a second, right? Remember, you haven't done any custom block development. None. None. We're just using PHP, just having a good time hanging out, right? Think of this as your chance to dip your toes into the pool if you're not already. If you're not already in the deep end, here's a way to get into modifying how blocks are rendered. Takeaways. Well, we can detect classes, edit attribute scope, changes, no regex, right? I think our previous example of what we did is maybe one of the best examples of this use case, for me at least. I don't remember how many projects I've worked on where it's a nightmare. Your cache is fighting for its life on this video page, right? And just thinking with Gutenberg, let's say open up big cover block, video. Well, we can't really get around that, right? We can do a prefetch, preload, help us out there. We can do that for the whole page, right? That's nuts. Let's just say it's an image. Underneath, another cover block, video. How many of you are getting optimized videos, right? No. Our page is now like 15 megabytes. Get out of here. And maybe they have a couple more videos underneath. We can now lazy load all of that. You can now lazy load all of that. All you did was add a class in the admin, use a little PHP, and I'll give you the JS and the CSS to sprinkle in the rest. The process itself, we parsed, read the poster, wrapped it all in a non-destructive way. And both these features can run together. Not just the tag processor, but its parent. At least I'll call it the parent. And it's all done on the block, right? So just a quick second. Remember, you've done all this now. We've improved accessibility in one scenario. We've performed performance in another, right? And all we're doing are changing attributes. Yeah, sure, we add a little like HTML for the overlay, but we take for granted how important attributes are. And when it comes to accessibility and performance, well, in my opinion, this is the way. But there's so much more to explore, right? Add a class, make sure everything's all right after a tag, go through a class list. I really encourage you to go through the documentation. Believe it or not, it's short and concise, at least I believe so, and it's mind-blowing what you can do with that. And I encourage you to do so because this will help you get into maybe your future in block development or just a better understanding of the ecosystem and what's going on, right? Well, kind of quick, but just in case there's a lot, let's have a little Q&A. If you have something to say, I encourage you to come up to the mic so we're not screaming at each other. And also, if you don't come to the mic, no one's going to hear you on the stream. No? All right. Well, oh, do we got one? All right, hold up. I'll just leave this on there.
I was just, maybe I should have done a better job and read the documentation a little better, but I was scrolling through and be like, ooh, can you manipulate the contents within a tag? I'm thinking, I had a use case where I have like a alert bar at the top of the page and I want to display the first, I don't know, 150 characters on desktop and only the first 100 characters on mobile. That's a total pain to do. normally. A bunch of regex, that kind of thing, counting characters. But boy, it'd be a lot easier if I could just say, hey, give me the characters within that tag, and then put a span on the last 50 characters or whatever, and do it with CSS.
That makes a lot of sense, but no, you cannot.
Okay.
Remember, with the tag processor, we're only at the tag level itself.
Okay,
we're not reading its contents necessarily, we're only reading the attributes.
Cool, thanks.
Yep. Sweet, all right, guys. Get that QR code, it's the slides, the repo, and everything you need.
QR code's expired. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll get that updated after this. No worries. Thanks, guys, really appreciate it for your time. Thank you.
That's the screen that
Well, of course.
takes you to.
All right, I'll take care of.
Thank you, Rory. All right, it's now time to move to your next session, which is going to start at 5.
Whoa,
Welcome back. Our next speaker is Vito Peleg with Silent Killer Agency Growth. Vito is the founder of Atarim, a platform designed to help digital teams streamline collaboration and client communication. Before that, he owned an agency and delivered over 600 projects. A passionate WordPress community member, Vito has shared his insights at WordCamps and summits around the world, helping thousands of agencies build scalable, profitable businesses. Please welcome Vito.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're getting close to the end of WordCamp US, and I'm excited to share the next 40 minutes with you. We're going to be diving into some of the biggest pain points when running and trying to scale an agency. And towards the end, there's going to be a bit of a Q&A. So make sure that you have your questions. Go to the mic towards the end. And I would love to make this, the last part of it, a bit more of a conversation between us. So as we get started, today we're going to be talking about the silent killer of agency growth. And before we dive in, I would love to hear from you. Who here is building WordPress projects for clients? All right, the vast majority of people in the room are on board, which is perfect. And so have you ever celebrated a record-breaking month only to be scrambling the next? Yeah? Got some hands going up here right now. So welcome to the feast and famine cycle of the agency model. And today, we're going to solve this together. So I'm Vito. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Atarim. I've been using WordPress since 2009, back in version 2.9 at the time. I used to run an agency in London, where I'm based, delivering more than 600 projects to small to medium businesses, a bunch of web apps for startups that wanted to kind of test out ideas. And we did the technical stuff, but also the go-to-market and the marketing component for them. And back in 2020, I was very fortunate to be one of the first 1,000 people that got access to GPT-2 back in the day, and proceeded to build the first implementation of AI into WordPress in 2021. It went like this, and then ChatGPT came out and squashed us like the bug that we were. But that taught me a lot about that ecosystem and how AI has evolved over the past 5 years, and how it can be brought into our daily work nowadays. And of course, more important than anything else, I'm Liv and Kai's dad. And so let's talk about this a little bit. How did we get here? How did we get to this concept that one day we're eating and the other day we're starving? And really what we want to talk about is start to breaking it down into some of the core problems that cause this. And for some, it might be a surprise that it's not your cheap-ass clients that we all have. It's not the expensive tools that sometimes feel like they are the ones that are cutting into our profits. And it's not even the economy, right, that sometimes we like to blame. And what is it about? It's always about the processes behind the work. It's how we collaborate, how we deliver, how we systemize the work that we do, how we understand that we are sitting in a place where we're not just building websites, but we are service providers. And that is an interesting and important distinction when we're trying to scale our web design business. So first, let's understand and dive into the problem itself. And this is an interesting, this stat came from an interesting survey that we ran at Atarim a couple of years ago, where we found that there is an inherent increase of between 500 to 700% in the delivery time for every creative project that is out there, which is insane. Look at the gap of how long it takes you to create and how long it takes you to actually deliver. And at the core of it, every day of work that we do takes at least a week to deliver. And I put in a few examples here, and I'm sure that a lot of you would agree. If I was to build a small business website on my own, let's say a 5-pager website as an example, I can do it in about 3 days, yeah? Same? 3 days, 1 to 3 days, 1 to 5 days. Yeah, let's see some hands up here. And then what happens when a client comes in, or even just a team member that joins the exact same project that otherwise took 3 days? All of a sudden, the average is between 4 to 6 weeks. And this is even the same when we're talking about this at the smallest scale. If I was just to design this single slide, here this was done with Google Slides or in Canva or in PowerPoint, if I know what I'm doing in 5 minutes, I'm in and out. But if I need you to approve this, then already we're at the 30-minute mark, if not even a few days of you waiting for me waiting for you, and all of this back and forth just to approve something that literally took minutes. And that scales to every different level around this. So today, we're going to explore and tackle the 3 core leaks of the agency flow. First of all, we have one-time projects, poor cash flow, and inefficient project delivery. Ready to dive in? Yeah, all right, perfect. So let's start with the first one. One-time projects versus care plans or maintenance. When we're looking at the first project, even without noticing, it is the loss leader compared to the lifetime value that we can bring to the relationship that we have with our clients. There's a lot of intense work that needs to happen with onboarding brand new clients in the initial stages. We need to get to know them. We need to establish our authority over the project. We need to know their little kinks and what they think about, what they want, what they're after. And that initial kind of hurdle essentially erodes the profitability of that very first project. Then we also building zero momentum or financial stability by creating or focusing on singular projects every single time. Because once it's done, it's done. And I remember back in the day, that was my thing. You know, I'm a creative person. I didn't want to deal with the maintenance, with the boring stuff, with setting up the email and then dealing with the hosting and all these kind of ongoing things that come along with creating websites. I just wanted to build beautiful websites and move on to the next one. But with that, there was no real momentum that came in through that. And then even more than that, clients often asked still for quick fixes or quick favors right after the build or for sometimes years after the build. And because I didn't have the right system in place, it just felt like they were stealing my time because I didn't give them the outlets to actually express what they need and to actually be able to help them. And so instead of that, instead of looking at it the first project as the end of the goal, we want to focus on that long-term client relationship. The first project, it's fine if it's not going to generate a lot of profits for us or even any profits, as long as we have a plan in place from the beginning of how we're going to continue to monetize and add value to the client over a long period of time. And in fact, the average lifetime value of an agency customer is between 4 to 5 years. And so by just doing the first project and then letting them go, we're essentially giving up on 4 to 4.5 years of additional work that we could be doing with these folks. And then when it comes to the momentum of this and the financial stability, if we have that phased approach that we're going to be talking about a little bit, if we have a solid backlog of work and our delivery is proactive rather than just reactive, waiting for the client to come to us, we can build that momentum into the project on an ongoing basis. And of course, the last one here, instead of just allowing the clients to come in for these quick favors and random kind of shout-outs that come out from all kinds of different directions, we want to separate the real businesses from the time wasters by allowing them to be onboarded into a monthly maintenance or a monthly package that will build that relationship ongoing and will allow us to become the person, or we used to say the guy, you know, that actually is the digital person that helps them ongoing with their projects. And so I'm going to jump one step up here when it comes to the phased approach, which is a really interesting kind of concept when it comes to delivering projects. So one thing that we did at the agency back in the day is that I tried to make sure that the first project is in fact as small as possible. Rather than trying to squeeze in all of the different elements and all of the different aspirations of the client, let's just get something out there. And this is more of how products operate, how people build products in that kind of iterative, agile type of methodology, rather than that waterfall, that one shot is like, here it is, and now we're done. You know? And that allows us to create continuous work with the client, creating phases, even from step one, of how we can continue to add value in the long term. So if they come in with that massive survey, that 10-page survey that they want to have as part of their quoting system, let's start with the contact form. Let's get it out there, and then let's map that as the phase 2 of the project. So you're already kind of leaning into that. And then, as I mentioned here, we also have that backlog. So every time that a client came with some sort of a request, we never said no. We were never afraid of scope creep. To me, scope creep is just inspiration in disguise. Really what we want to do is we want to encourage the clients to get excited about the work that we're doing together. And one of the ways to see that excitement is by having scope creep. It means that they're engaged. It means that they are seeing the potential of what our work together can bring to their business and can bring to their vision. And so, but instead of saying no, we just said, not now, and created that backlog that allowed us to go back to the client every time that we didn't have enough work in the pipeline and bring that back into the game so that I can come back and say, hey, what about that product page that we were talking about a couple of months ago? Maybe now is the time to approach that, and I have a few ideas. Let me share with you. Let's get on a call, and let me show you what we can do more. So if we're summarizing the first point, one-time project versus care plan, there is that concept that comes from the SaaS world, which is the good, better, best, right? When you look at pricing pages for SaaS tools or for every basically subscription type of product, you always have those three tiers, right? That good, better, or best. And that's the same mentality that we had for our care plans. And we structured it in a way that allowed us to move the client up the value ladder as they continued to extract value from us, and we continued to extract revenue from them. So as they're starting off, and maybe most people will still end up on the good plan or the smallest plan, that's fair enough. But if their business has grown, we had that next step and that next level already mapped out for them. We even look at it from a perspective of what is the scope of the project and started to bucket this thing into those three types of, options within that subscription. So maybe the basic version is just a small website, a small business website that just needs ongoing maintenance, updating the plugins on a regular basis, making sure that we're constantly up and not down, making sure that the website is nice and secure and fast, and that it converts and it adds value to the business of the client. That's the basic, that's like the expectation that customers have from us, even without them saying it. That is the core of what we're offering to them. But then, if we add a WooCommerce website or a website that had multiple languages, that is no longer part of the basic package, and now we need to move up into the mid-tier. Because that requires a little bit more effort from our side. That requires a lot more responsibility from our side when there is checkouts and payments and all of those kind of things starting to get involved. And then the last one was for those ones that had a proper business that were already starting to work, were starting to scale. With each one of them, it's either it had that component of what type of project or what type of website we're maintaining, but also the perspective of what can we do on a monthly basis together, so that we were actually proactive in trying to bring that work to them. So as you demonstrate that you care, and you ascend the client up the value ladder. And throughout that process, we didn't do everything. In fact, we relied mostly on tools to do most of the work. And now in the days of AI, that makes it even more simple to offload a lot of this work. And I actually believe that in the next few years, the agency model is going to become more of a marketing activity rather than a creative activity. Sorry to say. But essentially, it will be the bottleneck is not going to be the execution anymore, as sometimes it is. It's going to be how many customers can we onboard, because we have no limit to how much we can execute on. And so that's the second level, or the third part here, when it comes to leveraging the right tools and any tools, really, so that we have that regular cadence and systems with the client. That means once a month, we send that report that highlights what we did. We look at the backlog and try to surface a few different elements, and we're going to see some of these things coming up here next. X1, poor cash flow management. So this is something that I had to learn the hard way. Because when you're working on the project, especially as a creative person, you focus on just doing your best. And then the money will follow, right? But in fact, if we are not the ones that are actually calling the money in, then it's just going to stay out. And this is very important for us to make sure that we have that plan, that we have those kind of cushion as we're trying to deliver clients. So celebrating the project wins, then waking up to an empty pipeline has been a regular thing for us in the early days of the agency. And especially as I started in the beginning, it wasn't that bad. If I was on my own, I accepted it. Even though it was inconsistent, I didn't feel the pain because the only compromise was me. But when you start hiring different team members, and then you're already accountable to other people's livelihood, their families, then the stakes become way higher. But looking back, I should have had that exact same mentality about my own life and my own family to make sure that I have that stability for myself, even regardless if I'm doing it for someone else as a team member within the team. So the next one is ghost projects that are waiting for content, and then we're done, or then we even start, right? And that's a pretty common sentence that we see in social media. I don't do anything until I get the content, right? And this is such a backward way of looking at it, because our goal is to get the client to their desired result, which is a standing website that serves them within their business, right? And so if we are creating blockers in the beginning of the project, we're actually killing the entire momentum, and we're encouraging them to ghost us and to actually go off and just focus on the next project that they have in their queue. We're all business owners, and we all have a massive list of things that we want to do. We sometimes can't find the time to actually do all of these different things. So when something gets cleared out of our way, then sure, I'm just going to move on and work on the next thing. It's not that they're waiting for us, or it's not that they're thinking about us. It's our responsibility to drive them into the result. And that again comes back to that core element that we're not really just building websites, we're service providers. And that means that they rely on us to take them through that journey. As you can see right there, right? This one, yeah. They rely on us to take them through that journey together so that we can grow with them and that we can get them to that goal. They don't know, you know, and why would them? I don't know how to fix my car. I don't know if I'm not feeling well. I go to the doctor and they tell me what's up, you know. Sometimes you would chat GPT it, but better to go to the doctor sometimes, right? And so we don't want to wait for the content. We want to drive towards it. We don't want to wait until something is done. We want to make sure that it is done, because it is our responsibility. We need to take that ownership over the project and drive that into fruition, build that momentum throughout. And then we have that delayed cash flow. It's just waiting for that project's last payment. You know, that kind of final deposit that is just kind of hovering around us. And it's a bit of a lever for the clients sometimes, if we're not structuring our processes properly, that they can pull against us, because we've done all the work. Sometimes it's an up and downs and a lot of communications, a lot of cycles that we do with clients just to get to that point. And then they have that power over us to tell us, no, I actually want you to do 10x more, and I'm not going to pay you until that point happens. So by distributing and creating those milestones throughout the project, we're able to reduce that risk of late payments, because then they're stuck in exactly that same way, instead of only us being stuck, right? So I'm going to go back to that kind of solution that is there on the back of celebrating those project wins. The way that I see this, business development is not something that we do once and forget. It's not even something that we should do only once we don't have work. It's like this leg day at the gym, you know? Sometimes it's not pretty, sometimes it's not fun, but it has to happen in order for us to create consistency over time. So it can't be skipped. And as soon as I realized it and started scheduling this inside my calendar, that every week, Tuesday was my biz dev day. You know, and throughout the rest of the week, of course, you would dive in and follow up with clients or with prospects and get on some calls in there. But I had that block in my calendar that allowed me to make sure that I drive this forward and I'm not just passive about it. Then when it comes to this, to those ghost projects, building that momentum through deposits. Let me explain this concept a little bit. Basically, relationships are like a bank. And in order for us to make withdrawals, we have to make deposits. Yeah? And so if we actually want to ask the client to do something, we have to make sure that we, first of all, make deposits into that bank, into that relationship bank, so that there is enough credit, right? And so, for example, as we're starting off that project, and the first thing that we do is we tell them, sure, you just paid me a deposit, literally, a financial deposit for the first part of the project, 30%, sometimes 50% in the first part. And so they literally made a deposit. And then our response very often is that I'm not going to do anything until you do more, right? Instead of acknowledging that we just received and now we're in the minus, yeah? The only reason why they came to us and they signed the contract with us is because we managed to position ourselves as an authority. We managed to explain the value that we can provide, but we haven't done anything yet. We just talked. And so what they did is they actually put their money where their mouth is, and they gave us the deposit. And then the first thing that we do is send them off to create content with a blank Google Doc. Why? So instead, there's all kinds of small things that we can do in the early stages of the project to start driving this momentum in. For example, in the first day, as soon as the client signed the contract, we would book the discovery session for the following morning, right? So this way, we're already starting to signal to the other side that it's not going to take weeks. We're not going to accept week-long cycles. We're starting today, and we're doing work tomorrow. And if we do that, right after the discovery session, we delivered a sitemap, which is so easy to do. In fact, most sitemaps actually look like some sort of a flow chart, or especially when we're talking about pretty simple projects, it's something that takes literally minutes for us to deliver and accomplish. So imagine the experience if at right after the discovery session, an hour and a half later, the client receives the first deposit from our side, which is that deliverable, that sitemap that shows them, all right, here's the plan. We just spoke. Now I'm starting to work. We're building that momentum in. And that person that sees that, all right, we signed the contract yesterday. We did the call this morning. And now I already have the first deliverable. This person is on it, so I need to step up. And let me clear some of the other priorities, some of the other stuff that I have on my calendar as a busy business owner to actually be able to move along with this project and match that momentum, match that kind of energy that we're bringing into the project from the first initial steps of it. And then finally, when it comes to the delayed cash flow, we mentioned that it's very, very important that we have those broken down into milestones. And we had very specific points in time that were agreed with the client during the discovery session, or even prior to that, as to when we're going to be extracting revenue or a percentage of the total cost. So by the time we're ready to launch, there's only like 10 to 20% remaining. So even if it goes sideways at that point, it's not that bad. You know, you might even sometimes want to, I'm not saying that you should, but if it comes to it, sometimes you might even give up on that in favor of maintaining that relationship with the client. Again, coming back to the first point of understanding that sometimes, or a lot of times, that very first project is a loss leader in relation to the lifetime value of that customer that will be with us for 4 or more years. So, to summarize the second point, always charge upfront deposits. Kind of is easy to say and sometimes harder to do. Sometimes we have that imposter syndrome that says like, it's okay, I'm just going to get started. They don't have money, so I'm just going to show them what I can do and only then start working into it. But that's a big no-no. You want to make sure that you position yourself as an authority enough in order for it to justify that initial deposit from their perspective. But then it doesn't end there. You want to move right into the stage of delivering. Us making deposits to them as many and as frequently as possible so that when we need something, when it comes time for them to pay the invoice, it's not going to take 3 months because we did our work in 1 day, right? But if we deliver in weeks and sometimes months, then that signals to the other side that this is how it works. So the second part here is breaking that project into phases that I mentioned in the previous one, which allows us to create that stability throughout the project and spread the revenue that is coming in rather than having like a month or 6 weeks of waiting for money to come in. And instead of that, we have every 2 weeks, every sometimes 1 week, the ability to extract revenue and continue on and build that stability. And then the next one here is building that 3-month buffer, especially as you're working with a team, but even if we're working on our own. That gives you that leeway to do stuff that are a little bit bigger, maybe exploring different types of marketing opportunities that you can go after, even though the best one is doing a good job, and then referrals come in. It's like the referral flywheel. That's always the best way to market web design projects, and I'm sure that a lot of folks here in the room that this is, will agree that this is the main source of traffic and leads that we all have. It's done through referrals and not paid ads and not through schmoozing and shaking hands. It's just by delivering solid work continuously to the same people. And then they bring in their friends and so on. And we can even ask for that. But having that buffer in place gives us that stability, that calm to be able to execute. And even if things go a little bit sideways and we do have a little bit of a dry patch, which we'll see another way to solve this, we're not in debt. You know, we have that buffer in place, especially as we're hiring a team, because you're not only accountable for yourself, you're accountable for other people's livelihood. And I take that as a really important responsibility for me as a leader of a company with 30 plus employees at this point. And as I mentioned, block that one day. Find that day a week that you would want to put in your calendar and just put it in there so that it's just mapped out in advance. If it's not there, it's just not going to happen because it's not fun for most of us. It's not what we want to do. What we want to do is we want to tinker with the product. What we want to do is we want to create stuff, you know, but doing outreach and reaching out to previous clients, exploring backlogs, grooming our lists, and all of this kind of stuff, this is not exciting, you know, not as exciting as creating, as doing creative work. So as long as it's in the calendar, that is going to drive us into facing this every time. And maybe the first time you're going to look at it and try and ignore it, but the second week that it's there, you're going to start taking action into it. So make sure that it's blocked in advance continuously. It's not something that you put in every week. You put it now, and it's there for years to come. This is our day. And the third point here, inefficient project management. So as we mentioned at the beginning, the feedback, the collaboration, the delivery process with clients adds 5x to the creation process itself. And that is crazy in its own right, just kind of that realization. As soon as I saw that on a graph, that just opened my mind to what's going on here. And really the way that I look at this is that when I first started building website was on GeoCities back in the day. And it took about 10 hours to write a homepage because we would code the whole thing up from scratch, right? And then we got these tools that allow us to drag and drop, and all of a sudden, what took 10 hours now takes 30 minutes, and it looks 10 times better. And so the creation process has been squashed dramatically through advances in technology. And in fact, if we're diving even more into it, you will even see that the vast majority of the resources and the investments that were made into our space over the past 20 years have gone into the creation process rather than the delivery process. That's why most of us, in fact, more than 80% of us, still use emails and text-based type of tooling to deliver visual work. And that disconnect of using email, which is a 30-year-old tool that was never designed for this purpose, to try and communicate something that is visual in nature, that creates that disconnect. We evolved a lot on the creation, and we remained exactly the same on the delivery. That's what created that gap. It's not that it got extended over time. It was balanced in the beginning, but as one shrunk, the other one didn't move. Yeah? And so what we want to do is, now that we're aware of this, we have the ability to start proactively looking into that. Oh, I think the first one I left as the same one in there, right? The client feedback takes 5 times, and the client feedback takes 100. So I'll tell you what I meant to write on that second point there, right? really what we want to do is, first of all, once we have that realization, and you saw that slide that kind of maps out that this is the back and forth, the team coordination gap. It's us waiting for them. It's them waiting for us. It's all of this. It's not actual time that is being that is wasted. It is the dead time that gets us. You know, the time between the tasks, the time that it takes us to clarify the messages back and forth. That's what brings us up to the 4 to 6 weeks from the 3 to 5 days. And so by being aware, first of all, and shrinking that delivery time, that allows us to be a lot more proactive about this. And so why does this happen at the core? And that brings us to that second point here. Humans communicate in 3 to 5 words, or find it, humans communicate feedback in 3 to 5 words, right? Point at something and say, make this red. Change this text to this. Make this smarter, right? It all comes from those 3 to 5 words. That's how we've grown for many generations to provide insight and feedback to each other. But when we're communicating with textual means on visual elements, we miss the context. We miss the point. Yeah? And so by allowing us to bring that back into the fold, it aligns with what clients and what all of us see as the natural way of providing feedback, which is the 3 to 5 words. Make this bigger, change this to that, make it pop, you know, all of these things. And so instead, what you want to do is you want to leverage tools that align with the client intent with the task at hand. So for every type of work that we do throughout our workflow, there's already tools out there that make it simpler. So instead of obsessing about, and sometimes I do the same, and I remember that back in the day, I wouldn't pay to Adobe the $30 a month. I would BitTorrent it to my computer with all the viruses that came along with it. It would crash every 30 minutes, and I would lose the work continuously, but I will not pay the $30, you know? That was a kind of a principal point, until I realized that this is actually my work tool, and I need to have the proper drill if I want to actually make a dent. Yeah? And so find the tools, leverage the ones that allow you to be to streamline the work, that allow you to lean into that momentum throughout the project, rather than resorting into those traditional means. And it's fine that this client is reaching out on WhatsApp, and this one is sending me a Facebook message, and that this one is using emails, and this one is using Jira, and this one is using Asana, and this one prefers to meet me face to face, and the other one wants to get on a call every 2 or 3 days, and none of that. We have a system, we have a business, and we are the service providers taking our clients throughout that flow. And the last one here is that scope creep kills profits, right? And the feedback chains essentially kill that momentum. As soon as we have more and more of these cycles, and this is kind of an observation there, but as I mentioned in the beginning, that scope creep, in fact, is an inspiration. It's a point of inspiration. We want to encourage it. Whenever you see it, this is what we wanted. We wanted to get our clients engaged. We wanted to get them involved. We wanted to have them allocate more resources from their own business into the work that we do together. This is exactly what scope creep is all about if it's treated in that way. So it's not something that we should be afraid of, and a lot of us are, but in fact, it's something that I love to embrace. And instead of just saying no, we just say not now. We have a list, a very organized list of all of the things that we can be doing on an ongoing basis together with our clients, so that whenever we have a bit of a downtime, we go back to our project management system and click on that backlog tag for each one of the clients, and then pick up the phone or send an email and say, what about this 70-page form that you wanted to build a couple of months ago? Maybe now is the time. It's going to cost X amount of money. Let's get started tomorrow, right? Momentum. And so if we're summarizing the third point here, what we want to do is we want to lead the client through deadlines and responsibilities. And again, it boils down to that first point that we are not building websites. We are service providers. And so that is a very important distinction that we should have in our day, because that structures the whole thing completely differently. We're not just fixing the car, we run a shop. Yeah? And so if we take that responsibility, we have a system, we have a flow, and we know where the client starts from, we know where we want to get them to, and we just take them through the steps. The second one that I really like, this little hack here, 2 days and a weekend. Yeah? So sometimes we would go to the client and tell them, here's the design, what do you think? Yeah? And sometimes they come back on time, sometimes they don't. We haven't framed it in a way that invokes action. But by saying this little term, here is the new homepage, go through the styles. Right now, our point when reviewing the homepage is to look at the layouts, is to explore the colors, is to look at the messaging that we've crafted here, is to make sure that it aligns with what you're after, and that will set the tone for the rest of the project that we're going to be doing together. So take your time, go through this, but you have 2 days and a weekend. And that's a key part of it, because if I'm not going to do it in the next 2 days, then I got to do it on the weekend. Why would I want to do that? So then all of a sudden you'll see that calendar opening up, and then you're in it. And then it's not just something that sits in the back of their head and they procrastinate on, which is one of the biggest reasons for project delays. It's not that people don't want to do it, it's that it's just not scheduled in. But if it is, it allows us to start moving into this direction. So take that tip with the 2 days and a weekend cycles. Every time that we do a revision round, every time that we expect something from them, that is even long. So if we have if something that is continuous. And I'll give another example here. Going to the client and saying, we need the content for the website. I need it in 2 weeks. If we're looking at the vast majority of projects out there, and there's exceptions, of course, there's bigger projects, there's smaller projects, but if I'm continuing on that example of that smaller 5-pager, 10-pager, 20-page type of website, how long does it take to create content, especially in the world of AI? It does not take 2 weeks. In fact, when I sit down and do it, it will take me a couple of hours. Yeah? If I know what I'm doing and I'm guided into the right direction as to what is expected of me. So by telling them that it takes 2 weeks, we're framing it as this is how long it takes. And why would they know how long it takes? Probably they never done it before, and even if they did, it probably was about 3 years ago when they last redesigned their website. So things have changed in the meantime, and now this person that I hired to help me get this project across to the finish line is telling me that I need to allocate 2 weeks. Who here, we're all business owners, who has 2 weeks to do anything? Right? Yeah, the vacation for sure. And so, so that's why it's very important that we align our actions with our expectations. We don't want to frame things as too stretched out. And really the reason why we say 2 weeks is because we got burnt before and someone didn't deliver it. And so it took 6 months instead of a couple of hours. And I remember we had one client at the agency that we were literally waiting for a little more than a year for the About Us page, that she really wanted it to be great, but she never sent the content. And in fact, afterwards, when I explored this in retrospect, what was the thing that got us? It was our lack of process. She just didn't know how. She didn't know what to talk about. She didn't know how to frame this. And we just asked for the content. I need the content. What does that even mean, right, from their perspective? And so the last point here, as we mentioned, you want to turn the scope creep into revenue. You want to validate their ideas, backlog them, and then upsell in later phases. We don't say no. We say, oh, as long as it's a good idea. Because of course, we can say no if it's if our professional skills tells us that this is the wrong path. We should be advising our clients. But if it is something that could be done and should be done, but not now, and it's just going to steer us, or it's not within the budget, then that's fine. This is such an awesome, amazing idea that you just had. Well done. I'm so excited that you're engaged, that you're working with me, that you're inspired, that you're excited about the work that we do together, but we can't do it right now. So let me note it down, and once we finish this stage of the project, I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to tell you what we can do with this idea that you had. And if you have more, please let me know. Okay? And so, I hope that we managed to see that throughout this session, it's not so much about the tactics, and there are some of this, but it's mostly about shifting our mindset. Instead of us being the website builder, we're the service provider. Instead of us doing the one and done creative work because we're creative people and that's what we want to do, we want to actually build a business and create partnerships that are gonna carry us together, grow together for years and years to come. And that compounds, because instead of chasing clients, every client that we bring in is being added to the last client that we already brought in last month or 2 months ago, and that is now on his second, third project or on their ongoing maintenance that allows us to continue that work. And then instead of us thinking about this from a manual chaos and all kinds of different sources of communications, we want to set boundaries in a positive way so that we can all thrive within those boundaries. And that's where we're moving from that manual chaos into systemized work. And finally, I want to give you a few strategic upsells here, a little bonus that we can do, things that you can do starting today. So first of all, track the unused hours in your care plans. If you already have care plans, and who here has care plans already with some clients? Well done, well done. But a lot of times we're kind of putting this on the back burner and saying like, all right, they paid us for 1 hour, that plan included 1 hour of maintenance a month, and the client hasn't spoken to me in 6 months. That's amazing. It means that I actually saved six hours of work that I didn't do but got paid for. But that's the opposite, because they expect value in return. And the fact that they actually paid for it makes it super easy for us to come in and add value during that time. So we want to be proactive about this. Track the unused hours and come to them and say, hey, we haven't done much over the past couple of months, and I have 3 hours to do some stuff with you. I think it would be great if we work a little bit on this homepage and try and improve the conversion rate. Try to improve the SEO of the page. Maybe create a landing page because Black Friday is coming, you know? And just try to engage. You live in this space. They live within their own business and with all of the other projects that are on their plate. It's not on their mind in the vast majority of cases, right? And plus, it's a lot easier to tell others how to run marketing than to do it for ourselves. Yeah? and so the second part here, you want to build even more trust throughout the relationship. And then once we have that, by providing deposits, by proactively thinking of what can I do for that client. I just read an interesting article that relates to them. Let me just share this with them and say, I thought about you. Or just going out and doing some random work around this. Hey, I noticed that the form was just not great, and we were getting a bit of a few spam messages in there. And so I worked on it, and I fixed it, and there's no more spam. And we all know it's just a checkbox that we clicked there in the background, you know? But for them, it's like, oh, finally, I've been getting all of these annoying messages coming into my inbox. I don't know what is good, what is bad, you know, all of these kind of stuff that are coming in from this form, as an example. So you want to lean in to building more trust, to making these deposits so that when you want to upsell, they just want to work with you. And it's not a matter of discussing the price. It's a matter of discussing what is the ROI, what is the value that is going to be brought into their business on the back of the work that we've suggested for them to work with us. And then don't shut down ideas. Structure it into paid phases. I'll give you one example here. Oh, we're almost done with time here. So I'll give you one example here. When it comes to the paid phases around this, the first one is let's get it out there. The second one is let's make it good and converting and powerful. The third one is how do we market this? How do we bring in more traffic into here? Do we need more landing pages? Let me connect you with that other freelancer or other agency that is the local one that does the SEO bit, you know, if we're not doing that internally, or that runs some paid acquisition. So we can do some Google ads, drive it to the website. Don't worry, I'll work with them. Together, we're going to work and make sure that the conversion rises from month to month so that you don't need to worry about that, right? So build phases that allows you to create that and extract additional revenue and value from them. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer any questions that we may have if we have time. No.
But you also come on down and feel free to ask him questions personally.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I will have to, unfortunately, take the questions outside just because I have to empty the room. Thank you so much for understanding.
This one?
Am I unplugged? Oh no. Hey, all right, I have an announcement, everyone. If you can check, can you make sure you have your cell phone? If you do not have your cell phone, it is at the registration desk. Thank you, Vito. It's now time to move to Mount Hood for our exciting closing session featuring our fabulous sponsor raffle prize drawings and the closing keynote with Automatic CEO Matt Mullenweg starting in 15 minutes at 3:45. See you there.
Thank you.